And we're live. Cool. Let us get started right away because I have gym tonight. Trapped. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Each line consists of contiguous groups of cells, with each group containing exactly one killer clue. Digits in a group cannot repeat and must sum to the killer clue. Groups cannot overlap one another. Okay. So this just means that along these lines there are going to be killer cages. Like this could be a killer cage adding up to 15, and they can't overlap one another, so this couldn't be a 29 clue and a 15 clue. Digits in that group cannot repeat, killer cage, and I'm assuming that every single cage is given by a clue. Yeah, each group contains exactly one killer clue. Okay, let's get started then. The first thing I see are these lines, which are pretty long, but this one has a pretty high value and this one has a pretty low value in total. This one, this 29 case, is at least 4 cells long, so it does take those two at least. This one is at most 4 cells long. This one's at least 3 cells, but it could be 2 and 5. Well, actually, no, this is a... yeah, 2 and 5 would work. How about this? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This 33 clue has to be at least 5 cells, so it has to take these 3 cells. This 23 clue has to be at least 3 cells. So yeah, this is a maximal line in the fact that wherever pink goes, this cage, well, let's call it red, will go the opposite. Could be like that, or that, or that. But it's always going to be 6, 8, 9. The max these lines can be is 35 here and 24 here, which is 4 degrees of freedom. Also, this one does take at least 3, so it has to come up here. How about these? These are also at least 5 cells, because 4 cells maximally is 30. So this one has to take at least those 2. This one has to take at least those 2. And these are going to be 5 cages, no matter where they are. Also, this is just a 7 cage over here. Could be 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4. How about this? These are pretty low numbers on a pretty large line. What is this? 4, 8, 12, 16, 17. 17 cells. What's the max these lines can be? This one can be at max 4. This is at max 6 cells. And this is at max 7 cells. Which is 17, which is exactly the amount that is on the line. just read the count that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, plus 5 is 17, yeah. So yeah, these are going to be max cells. As in, this is going to be a 1 through 8 minus 7 cage. Because 1 through 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is equal to 28. So if you just add one more to that as an 8 and subtract the 7, you get 29. With this, it's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 as well. Well, you get rid of the 6 out of 7 to make it 22. Because 1 through 6 is 21. So you just make that 6 a 7. And then this is either going to be 1, 2, 3, 6, or 1, 2, 4, 5. This can only go to here, so this one has to take those cells. This can only take those, so this one has to go there, at least. But we do know that there isn't going to be any 9s on this line. Well, the only thing I see from that is that 9 is going to be in one of those two cells. Oh, hello. Nope, it's no problem. Family is important. This can only be taken by the yellow cage or the purple cage. And because purple is everything besides 6 below 8, and this is everything besides 7 below 9, then there's always going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. Possibly a 6, 7, or 8. The other one over here is going to be a 6, 7, or 8. Maybe. So what can these be? Let's get rid of this for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not sure. This, wherever it goes, is going to have to be 9, 8, 7, 6, 4. Because 5 cells adding up to 34 has to be that. So it can't go to here. Otherwise, this cell will be broken. This one is either 98763 or 98745. Either way, both of these contain 7, 8, and 9. 9 on this one cannot go there. In fact, 6, 8, and 9 cannot go there. So this is 7 or 4. And all of 6, 8, and 9 in this green region goes in this box, which means 8 and 9 has to go here, in this box, in the blue cage. Also, because there's a 6 here now, this one cannot be 1, 6. It's either 2, 5, or 3, 4. So now, this does not have a 1 in it. Neither can this. This one cannot have a 1 in it. So the 1 has to be here. This one cannot have a 2 on it, right? What's this all again? 33. Yeah, it can't. Because 2, the mass of this could be 6, 7, 8, 9. 32 is 1 less than 33. This one definitely can't have a 2 on it. So this is a 2, 5. 3 cannot go in the green cage. It has to go in the blue cage, which means it's going to be 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. And because 6, 8, 9 is in the green cage over here, this has to be 6, 8, 9. And the other two are going to be 3 and 7 in that cage, which means that this is a 7 up here. With a 4, 6, 8, 9 to go on the rest of it. 7 is one of these two cells, so neither of these two are 7. The rest of these 3 pink digits, wherever they go, are going to go over here as well. Boo, boo, doo, boo, boo, doo, boo, boo. Dun, 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 dun. 33 in 5 cells. What must it contain? 98763 or 98754. It always has 789 in it, which must go here. Because this cage contains a 689, and that has a 7 there. So none of the pink cells over here can contain 7 or an 89. And they can't contain a 6 now either, so it has to be 5, 4. Is the rest of these digits. So these digits are 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. 5 is not there. One of those two is a 5. Also, we have a 4, 6, 8, 9 quad over here. That's not a 4, 5, or a 2. The rest of these 3 digits are 1, 3, or 7. And that is not a 7. The rest of these cells are 1, 2, or 3, though. This is not a 1. One of these two is a 1, which means that whatever this is cannot be the same as those. So that one cannot be a part of the yellow cage. It has to be part of the orange cage. And this one has to be part of the yellow cage. Otherwise, both these would be part of the orange cage, and there'd be a 1 repeating in that cage. None of these can contain a 1 now. That's not a 1. Orange has to go here now, which means that pink has to go there. This is not a 7. There definitely is an 8 somewhere over here, because the yellow cage cannot get its 8 from there. Same for the 6. One of these is a 6 or an 8, and that one cannot be. This is not a 2. There's a 2 looking at it. There's a 4, 6, 8, 9 quadruple here. This is not a 4. Which means that this one has to be the last green cell of 4, 6, 8, or 9. Also, there is a 4 here, so there's no 4 there. There's a 6, 8, 9 over here, so these two have to be, one of those two has to be a 4. And it is the last pink cell. So either we have 5 and 4 here or 5 and 4 there, with the other two being red. You have a 5, 6, 8, 9 quadruple over here. Which means the rest are 2, 3, 4, or 7. Not a 7. This one is a 7 in fact. So there's just a 2, 3, 4 triple here, with one of those being a 4. This one is a 3, the last of the blue cage. Seven on this line cannot go there or any of those, so it is one of those cells up there. Is maybe worth noting. If those two were the 6, 8, 9, that'd be a 7. If these three were, then that's less restricted. What do you mean find the start of them? Are they shuffled? This is not a 3. Also, these last features are 1, 2, or 5. One of these is a 5. One is a 7. There is a 2 in one of these 3 cells to go in the orange cage. What do you need to set? Excuse me. What do you need to set? What prompts do you need to set for? Where does this go? This is either 3, 6, or 4, 5. So one of these is a 4 or a 5. Wait, so if the list that you're going through is not the guess the setter, then what is it? One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, this does go down to there at least. Which means this one goes to there at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 7, because there's a 7 looking at it. Also not a 2, because there's a 2 looking at it. Two, three, four, five, six, 8 are the possibilities there. That's a lot of puzzles. At most 110, he says. And you plan on getting those all done in a week? Even if you were to do 10 per day, that'd be 11 days. Is that 3? When do you have to have the setting done by? Can this be 2 cells? Possibly. What have you done to yourself? I mean, it is the beginning of the month, so I guess it's not that bad, but still. Let's go there. That'd be a 6 there. $150 a month? Child's play. No, I remember when I was part of the CGC Discord, I would literally do every single puzzle that was posted on the in the archives. So every single puzzle that was done that day, I would do. So it was a lot. Can this really be 6, 8, 9? That'd be a 7. That'd be a 9 down there. If this was a 3, that'd be a 3. And that'd be part of the orange line. There definitely is a 7, 8, 9 on this line. And it can't be part of the 12 cage. Well, it could. It could. But only one of them. And only if it was 1 or 3 cells long. Could this be 4 cells long? Not if it was part of that cage. Well, actually, no, it could. Because then you could have 1, 2, 3, 6 with a 4, 5 there. But that wouldn't work because of 7, 8, 9. How about this over here? Could this be 4 cells there? No. Because if it was, then again, none of those cells could be 7, 8, 9. The master could be a 6 with the 1, 2, 3 pair. But then where does 7, 8, 9 go in the box? It couldn't go in there because that'd be 24 adding up to 20. It's not possible. So this definitely isn't 4 cells. The yellow does go there. That yellow cage. So might as well make this one orange. So, oh, another thing we could say is there is 24 cells already here. With 7, 8, 9 going onto there. As well as a 1, in fact. So there's 25 cells on this in these digits so far. And we have 32. Which means that how many cells are left in those 3? With that 1 and 2 more there. 25 minus 32 minus 25 is 7, right? Yeah. So there's those 4 digits have to add to 7. That 1 and 2 there. Doesn't necessarily have to be 1, 2, 4 though, because it could repeat. Like this one and that one could repeat if they're part of different cages. What's the max it could be though? We could have 3 here with 4 here. So this could be a 4. This is 1, 2, 3, or 4. If it were a 3, then that would be a 3 and a 1, but that can't be a 3. Which means that this is not a 3. Also, oh, this 1 is on there. So those other 2 digits which add to 7 can't contain a 1. So you could have 2, 3, 5 with a 2 there. 2, 2, 3 somewhere. Or you could have 2, 4 with a 1, but this is 1 or 2. And this is either 2, 3, or 2, 4, but it always has a 2 on it, that's for certain. So that's not a 2, and this is a 2. So it's the orange cage, 2. This is either 3, 6, or 4, 5. One of those two is a 1. Also, this is the last yellow cage cell, this is the last pink cage cell. 1, 3, 4, 5, or 7. There's also a 5 over here. And a 4. This is not a 3, because it can't repeat on its own line. These are not 4 or 5. 4 or 5 are one of these cells over here. If this is 4 or 5, then that's a 4, that's a 5. This is 3, 6, then it can be difference. There is 1, 1, 2, 3. Well, not 1, but there's 1, 2, or 3 somewhere over here. which is that one. So these can both be 1, 2, 3. Doesn't have to be a 7. My nephew laughing in the background. This 12 cage is either 2 or 3 long. If this is a 1, then that's a 1. Because there has to be a 1 somewhere over here, and it can't repeat in the cage. If this is a 2, then those two add to 5 without a 1, which is 2, 3. So that 2 has to repeat somewhere in that kosher digits, which has to be there. So this digit always repeats there, which means that this one is always part of that cage, not that cage. Also, because it is a 1 or 2, this one has to be 3 cells long, and that one has to finish there. Two of these are from 7, 8, 9, and one of those is from 7, 8, 9. If this is a 9 here, then you have 2 more adding to 3, which is a 1, 2 pair. If it's an 8, then it's 1, 3. And if it's 7, then it's 1, 4, 2, 3. But as with this one, if it's 7, 8, which is 15, then these two add up to 5, whichever two are missing, which is either 1, 4, or 2, 3, which does work with this 1, 2 pair over here. If it's a 7, 9, 16, then these two have to add to 4, which is 1, 3. But if you have 7, 9 here and an 8 there, then this 8 has to have 4 more, which is 1, 3. And the 16 has 4 more, which is 1, 3. And there'd be 2 3s repeating in that cage, which is not possible. So it's not 8. This one has to contain an 8. If it's 8, 9, 17, and this is 1, 2, with a 7 there, it'd be 1, 4, 2, 3. So yeah, there is always 1, 2 here, which we could have done from that one. And a 3 as well, or a 4. A 3 or a 4. So 3 digits from 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of them are definitely 1, 2. And 7, 8, 9. So one of these two is a 6. And this definitely contains a 5. So this is 5 or 6. Which means this one's not a 5. So where does 5 go in this pink box? Has to go here. This is 1, 3, or 4. All of which would be helpful, because that one would go there. This 3 would go from one of those two cells, and that 4 would go there. This one can still be 7 if this is 3 or 4. Ah, but what this means is that either we have a 1 here, making neither of these a 1, or we have a 1 here, making that a 1, which makes neither of those a 1. What we can also say is if there was a 1 here, there are no 1s over here, which means in this column, the 1's there. And in this row, in this box, the 1 is in one of those two cells, clashing. So those are not 1. And that means, whereas the 1 in this row, in this column, has to go with the 9. 1 and 9. Which means there is a 7 here. And that's not a 7, making that a 7. All of these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, which means these are chosen from 6, 8, and 9. And these are 6, 8, 9, 3, or 7. Do excuse me. 9 goes with 1 or 2. 7 goes with 1, 4, or 2, 3, but it cannot be 2, 3. Either way, there's always a 1 over here. And it's either with a 4, 7 or a 2, 9. Adding up to 11. Now, if this is 9 eighths, that's a 1, that's a 2. If it's 7 eighths, you'll either have a 1, 4 or a 2, 3. So, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. There is an 8 over here, and an 8 over here. So neither of these two can be an 8s. One of these three is an 8s. Quite possibly. It's a pretty old puzzle. Well, not that old, actually. When was it made? Trapped was on last year, the 25th of August. August 25th. If this was a 1, then that would be a 1, and that would be a 1, clashing. So this has to be a 9, and that has to be a 1. Which means none of those are 9. Which means these three cells are 3, 7, or 9. Definitely not there. なんでしょうか。So after this, what's the max you can have on this line? 35 plus 7, well, not 17, 16. 35 plus 16 is what? 51? This adds up to 44. So 7 degrees of freedom there. Maybe it's what the lowest this can be is? No, I doubt it. Especially since these aren't placed. Well, what if this was a 986, 23, 24, which means the rest of the cage has to have to 21, the box I mean. So 21, and you have 8 plus 15 is 23 to go, which, yes, that's not worth thinking about. Why do I think that the lowest would be constrained? I mean, one of those is an 8, I guess. Ah, in fact, one is an 8 and a 6. The other two are 3, 4, 5, or 7. Which means one of these is a 1. I already knew that from that. Is it worth noting that this line does not have a 1 on it? No, because 15 can be as much as 4, 5, 6 in 3 cells. What am I missing? Hmm. Either this is the 3 there, or a 2, the 2 there. That is a 2, and that was a 2. Ah, yes. No matter what this is, either it's a 2 with the 2 there, making the 2 have to be there in that box, or it's a 3 no matter where it is with the 3 there, making the 3 have to be there in the box. So this is always 2 or 3, and it's that one over there. So that is a 4. This is a 1-3 pair, which means there is no more 3s over here. This is a 7, that's a 2, which means 2 is not over here. 2 has to be there, with a 1 there, with a 3 there. That's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 1. This is not a 3 anymore, it's a 7-9 pair. This 7 or 9 is looking at the 7 or 9 here, which means this cannot be a 7 or a 9. This is 1, 3, or 4. There's a 5 here. This is 3, 4, or 5. There's a 5 there. This is a 2, not a 1, because that thing looking at it, which means the 2 goes there. There's a 1 there. There's not 2 anymore. This is a 1, 2, 9. This is 7, 8, 2, 3. Which means this one's not a 3, 6. It is a 4, 5. With a 6 there. These are not 6 anymore. Those are not 6 anymore. Because the 6 is looking at it. This is a 2, that's a 5, that's a 5, that's a 4. These are no longer 5s, that's not a 4. What else? Oh, this time is looking at that. 9, 7. This is a 3. This is a 4, 5 pair. Make that 1, 3 pair, make that a 4, 5 pair. This, what else is there? 1, 9, 6, or 8. If this were just here and didn't go there, it'd be 9, 7, 5. Ah, but there is a 2 that goes over here. So this one has to take at least that cell. Three, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. If this were only 4 cells still, it'd have to be those. That would be a 2 over there, joined with that 15 cage. This would be 5, 7, 8, or 9. This 2 would need 13 more to get to 15. Which is either 9, 4, 8, 5, or 7, 6. 9, 4 works with that being a 9. 8, 5 does not work, because then both these would have to be 8 and 5. 7, 6 works, but that being a 7. So all those still work. Otherwise is 5 cells. With 4 more adding up to 27. Oh, so what can these add up to now? Maximally. 35 and 11. Which is 46. And which is 2 degrees of freedom, actually. Wait. Is that really? 29 and 15 is 1 less than 45, which is 44. And if we have 35 here and 11 here, 35 plus 11 is 46. So yeah, there are 2 degrees of freedom. Nine, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So where's the 2? Has to go there, making that a 2. Yeah, 32 plus 11 is 43. It's not enough. Do, 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 do. 7, 8, 9 is going to be a pair here with this 3. 3, 7, 8, 9. So this one is a 4. This one's a 5. These are not 5. There's a 5 over here. There's a 3 there, so that's not a 3. That's not a 4. Six and 8 are down here, so that's not an 8. One's over here in that box by Sudoku. Neither of those are 3s. One of those is a 6 or an 8. So those can't be 9, 7, 6, 5. If that were an 8, I don't think it could work. You would have 9, 7, 6, 5, 4. Which is 15, 22, 31? Yeah, 31. 31 plus 11 is 42, which is not enough. So that can't be an 8. This one is an 8. There's a 6 there. It has to be a 6 here. And if you have 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, then that is 24 plus 9, which is 33. 33 plus 11 is 44, and that's just enough. So you have 9, 7, 5, 4 with a 3 here and a 6 there. That's not a 6 anymore. Those are not 7s. This one is a 4. This one is a 9. Which means that a 9, that a 1, that an 8. This is not 8 anymore. That is an 8. 3, 7, 8, 6. 6 now goes here. And we need 3, 4, and 5. These are not 6 anymore, so this has to go there. With that being the pink. 5, 4. That's not a 4. This is a 6 now. That's a 6, 9, 6, 9, 8, 9, 8. That's not a 9, that's not an 8, that's not an 8. Those are not 9s. That's not a 4 or a 5. This is not a 9. This is a 3 and a 7.
It's dinner time and I haven't even gotten lunch.
I see. So I want to make you some eggs? Is that it?
I want an egg sandwich.
An egg sandwich? Well, I'm streaming right now, so can you ask Daddy to do it?
You can make the eggs.
I'm streaming right now, I can't. Give me a hug. Okay, bye. This cannot go there. Because this is going to be a... This is going to be 2. A 3 in the 15 cage. Because there is a 9 in this cage, and it can't go with a 6 to make 15. So it must go down here. That one must go there. That's a 7. Sorry, this is a blue. That's a 7. This is not 7. There's that. This is 9875. This is a 492. 85, 79, 5445, 73311 668 and 45. Nice. He wants me to go make him some eggs. Because I made eggs before. But I'm sure that one of his parents will. Alright, next one then. Haywire. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Whispers. Adjacent digits on a green line differ by at least 5. Renban. Digits on a purple line form a set of non-repeating consecutive numbers in any order. Region sum. Digits on a blue line have the same sum in each 3x3 box the line passed through. If the blue line passed through a box multiple times, each individual segment sums separately. However, there was an explosion, sending the lines off the grid. The lines must be slid back. Lines above the grid slide down. Lines on the left of the grid slide right. Lines may pass over one another when sliding them back in place, but the final placement of lines cannot share any cells. Okay? So it's basically just the killer Sudoku we did before, where you put them back in order, except for this one is lines. Okay? Except the only difference is that the lines can go past each other. Okay. This over here is interesting. Where can it go? It can't take 4 cells in any box. So it can't be any of those cells. Because this cell over here is always going to be in a different box than these. Which means it's going to do either this or that, making it 6, 7, 8, 9. Because it's at least 3 cells long. Yeah, it is. It's one of my nephews. So it's either there or it's there. With those 2 cells being the same. And this over here is a 6-cell Renban line. Wherever it goes, is always going to have a 4, 5, or 6 on it. And because this is looking at every single cell, actually not necessarily. If this blue line goes here, then this either goes here, or it goes somewhere down. No, it can't go down there. This one would have to be above it like that. And if this one goes here, then it could be anything like that. It could do that, or that, or that. So this does not necessarily see every single line on this Rembam. And that's the dog. Oh, so annoying sometimes. The dogs. This can be a couple of things. As this one cannot go there, but so these can be a couple of things. This one seems very constrained though in its placements. Let me just place for gray on the possible things. If this one here, can this fit inside? It would have to go there. But then where does this go? It can't. Yeah, okay. So if this blue line were here, then in order to fit this green line, this whisper line in, it would have to go here. But then how are you going to fit this blue line in? This region sum line in? This cell in this row has to go in one of those two cells, but it's at least the third cell in the sequence going to the left. So it just cannot fit. So that's not that blue line. Which means this one is the region sum line. Making those 6, 7, 8, or 9. And we can blue this out. This can still go there. Otherwise, it goes in one of these cells. Where does this go? This German Whisper cannot go here or there, because it needs 3 cells, well, 2 cells to the right of it. So it's either this, this, or this. It always takes that cell. Also, this Rembrandt line takes 5 cells in that column. 13 ghosts indeed. It's a quite daunting grid. But since it takes 5 cells, it's always going to take this cell over here. You've resolved it twice? Like you solved it twice? This one now cannot go over here, nor can it go over here. So it has to go over here. Now where does this go? It can't go anywhere down there, so it must go here. This one can't go down here, so it must go here. Why must these kids always cry? This German Whisper line takes at least those cells from the left side, and at least these cells from the right side. So it always takes that cell. That's always German Whisper. So then where can this go? It can't go here, because that's conflicting with the purple line. It can go there, or it goes there. So either it's that line right there, with those two being the same, or it's that line right there with those two being the same, but it cannot be. So this one cannot go here, otherwise those two digits would have to be the same, and see each other by Sudoku. It can't be there because it conflicts with the purple cell, so it has to go here. These two are the same digits. Which means this has to be this over here. This has to go down at least one. Which means you can't take that cell anymore. Where does this blue line go? It takes 3 cells in these 3 columns. You can't touch any of those cells, so it has to go there or there. Same for this one, it can't go in any of those cells. It has to go there or there. Which means these 4 cells are all taken up by one of these cells, one of those lines. And the last one is taken either here or here. Which means this one also has to be Renban. German Whisper. Yeah, me too. I'm a huge fan of these. This one cannot go down here. It can't go to either of those cells. And this one cannot be the bottom. Otherwise, you do 1, 2, 3. Has to go to the right one upwards like that, then clash with that cell. So it has to do this. And that's that Renban line done. Now this one can still be that, that, or that. That one can still be that, that, or that. Also, I'll be right back for 1 second because I have to use the bathroom. Okay, I have returned. Let us continue. Let's see. This line over here can't go there. Anywhere over there. Has to either go there or there. So that tells that cell is always taken. It cannot go here. Otherwise, how are you going to fit 3 consecutive digits along this row? There's only 2 there, only 2 there, only 1 there. That's not taken. So it can't. This one has to do that. And that's all we can really place right now. These are still, can be any of them. They're still ambiguous. But there is roping in these 3 columns. So maybe let's start with that. These digits go there, which go there. These, let's get rid of that color, go there, which go there. These go there, which go there. These are 4, 5, and 6 have to be there, which means these ones do not contain a 4, 5, or 6. Also, this cell could still go on over here. Because you could have these 2 digits adding up to one of those digits, which is still possible. Hey, what's up?
James,
Yeah.
I want an egg sandwich.
Again? Again?
I didn't have any eggs.
Okay. Once I'm done streaming, I'll cook it for both of you, okay?
What are you screaming?
Sudoku.
I have no idea what that is.
I'll teach you it later. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This cell, where does it go in this box over here?
By the way, I want my sandwich with ham.
Okay. It can't go anywhere over there because looking at it, and it can't go anywhere on the line because digits do not repeat on a run band line. So it has to go here. And this digit is the same as that digit, so that goes there as well. This digit goes there in that box, which goes somewhere over there. And that digit goes somewhere over there. Two of these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And the other 2 are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means there are 3 high digits in this box already. Also, this digit goes somewhere over here. It might be worth noting. These 3 are still ambiguous. Sometimes I look in her eyes, and that's when I find a glimpse of us. Said I'm gone, said I'd move on. It's a good song. Whatever this digit is, these two digits are, whichever line it is part of, it's going to add up at this line to be at least 15, because it's 5 cells. So one of these two lines is also a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Open a glimpse of us. If this was a 6, making that a 1, 2, 3, then that cell would be 4, 5, making that a 9. And the pink cell has to be 6, 7, 8, or 9, joining up to 5, 7, or 8, because there's a 6, 9 pair there. All of that is still possible. And 7 can be with an 8 or a 9. None of these are very restrictive. But we do know that there is a 1, 2, and 3 on the blue lines. She turned love into a rainbow. I mean, these... this is a green line. Def doesn't have a 6 on it, or a 4. So there are 2 of either 1, 2, 3, and 1, 7, 8, 9. Or 2 of 7, 8, 9, and 1 of 1, 2, 3. And those would have to be 1, 8, 9, or 1, 2, 9. Or, yeah, 1, 8, 9, or 1, 2, 9. With these two being loaded as 1, 2, and that one being a 9. Or these two being hydrogen as being 8, 9, and that one being a 1. But there's always a 1 and a 9 here, which means that a 1 and a 9. So these do not have to contain a 9 on it, which means it has to be a 7, 8 pair, making this a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 triple, quintuple. 7, 8, 7, 8. And now if there's a 7, 8 here, this one cannot be 8, 9. Has to be 1, 2 with a 9 here. This line is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 1, 2, 9. What is the last yellow digits? Can't be a 1 because there's a 2 over here. In fact, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, that dog, shut up. Yes, the pink digit is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this over here has to be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It's not 7, 8, and it's not 9. That's not 9, that's not 8. So this is a 5, 6 with a 7, 8, 9. With a 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. This has a 3 and a 4 on it. Oh my god, dog, shut up, please. He keeps on growling at the smaller dog. And they're both small dogs, but one is a puppy, and he keeps on growling at her. This could still be like a 612 with like a 6-3 here. Can this be a 9? 913 is 13. Which is the lowest this can be if this were a 9 over here. But that's not possible. Because the highest this can add to is 11. In fact, the highest this can add to is a 10, because there's a 5, 6 here. So you have like 6 and 4. So that can't be a 9. This is a 1, 2, and that's a 9. Also, this is a 7, 8. So this is either 1, 2, 4, or 1, 2, 5, 1, 3, 4. Either way, it always has a 1 on it, which makes that a 2, and that a 1. Which means this is 1, 3, 4, adding up to 8. Whatever the 7 is, it is a 2, 5 next to it. Six, 7, 8, 9. Rest of the box. This one cannot be a 6. If it were a 7, that'd be 3, 4. If it were an 8, that would be 3, 5. And if it were a 9, it would be 3, 6, or 4, 5. This is not a 4, because the 1, 3, 4 that can add it. This is not an 8. This is 5, 6, 7, or 9. I have confidence in sunshine. I have confidence in rain. I have confidence that spring will come again. Besides what you see, I have confidence in me. Six, 7, and 9 are the 3 possibilities for the 2 high digits in this cage. If it were here, it would have to be 7 and 9. But if it were here, there could be a 6 here with a 1 there. One of these two is a 7 or a 9, though. Why is the dog barking so loud?
Because this is throwing a belt at the cage.
Tell him to stop that.
I did, and then he was trying to laugh.
Oof. Tell him to come up here.
I haven't even got my lunch. After 6 hours. It's literally dinner time.
It's literally dinner time.
And I haven't even had a snack.
Go eat a snack then. And why isn't your parents making anything for you?
But the only snack I had was chips.
Have you asked your parents for some food? Go ask them.
I asked once, one time, egg sandwich, but they didn't. I thought they had.
Okay, make sure you get Asa to come up here. Ah, children.
I've always wanted to learn how to do that.
How to what?
This. To a watermelon.
I see.
In the
Why is the dog barking?
What?
Why is the dog barking? Because you're throwing stuff in his cage?
No.
I heard you were.
I pranked you. What? I pranked you. I wasn't showing, Uncle James wasn't showing you how to slice a watermelon in the air and get all the pieces and then juggle it after you cook it.
Make sure your daughter's on the bar so loud.
I'm gonna eat it.
And ask your parents for food. Sorry about that. I had to attend to my nephews. Where were we? One of these contains a 6. It's either 5, 6, or 6, 7. If it were down here and it was 6, 7, then that would be an 8. Can either of them be a 6, 7, actually? Because if this was a 6, 7, then you would have this cell being a 2, 5, 7. But then, yeah, the 6 could go there, and the 8, 9 could go there. But this could be a 6, 7. Because if this were a 6, 7, then that'd be a 6, and then you'd have to have 8, 9 there, clashing with that. So that's not a 6, that's not a 7. It's either a 5, 6 here, or 5, 6, or 6, 7 there. If this goes to there, then that's a 7, 8 with a 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Well, just 1, 2, 3. If this goes to there, 2, 3, 4. With the 7, 8, 9 there. Well, one of them has to be an 8. One of them is a 3 or a 4, so this is 8 and 9. 8 or 9. Why isn't this puzzle telling me its secrets? What step am I missing?
He's still spinning things and haunting people.
Go. Casey, stop it.
What?
Stop spinning things and hurting people. There we go, I'm streaming now. Go. Close the door.
I want eggs.
Close the door. Ask your parents.
Wait. Mom's in the shower and Dad's on the phone.
Then wait for them to be finished.
Oh.
In the meantime, get a snack. Get like goldfish or something. Thank you, love you. Is either of these restricted? Are either of these restricted? With the low digits. What can this be? It's not 3, because that can't be a 1-2 pair. It could be a 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. If it's a 6, 7, or 9, it's pretty powerful. Well, if it's a 7 or 9, it's really powerful. Because if it were a 7, 9, then this couldn't be the high digits in this box. It would have to be that without being a 6. So this couldn't be a 9. Because if this were a 9, then that would be a 9. And those would be low digits. And then what could these two be? They couldn't be 8 or 9, they'd have to be 6 and 7. But then one of them has to see 2 1s looking at each other. So this is not a 9. It could still be a 7 though. Because then you could have a 6 and a... No, it cannot be. If this were a 7, then the other two digits are 6 and 9. The 6 has to go here with the 1 there. And then that's a 9. Staring at a 9 over here. Which is impossible. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. With the digit going somewhere over here. This is 4, 5, or 6. Six is 1, 5, or 2, 4. 5 is 1, 4, or 2, 3. 4 is 1, 3. So there's always going to be a 1, 2 pair in these two areas. On that line and that line, it's a 1, 2 pair. So none of these can be 1 or 2. Where does 9 go in this row? It can't go on this line, because this can't be more than 10. Can't go on that line, because that can't be more than 10. So it is either here or here. And if it's there, then one of those is a 9. Making one of those a 9. This is not 1 or 2. This can't be a 9, so the max this can be is 1, 7. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. this being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this being 4 through 8. There's a squirrel on the wire, on the power line. Hope it doesn't die. Because one squirrel's already died like that. If this is a 4, the 4 goes there, making that a 5 and that a 6. So 1, 3. Making this not 1, 2, 3, or 4. It has to be 5, 6, or 7. Which goes with 1, 2, or 3. Still not very well resolvable. Either of these are 6s. Because if they were, it would be part of the one that's not the blue line. Blue line would go there. And if that were a 6, then I'd be seeing both of these cells, which have to have one of 6 on them. Either 5, 6, or 6, 7. So either one of those is a 6, or one of those is a 6. So if that's a 6, it goes over here with the 7 there. Hmm. What am I missing? I mean, we do have 2. Oh, maybe that's it. You have 2 logis over here right now. So if this was a 2, 5, then what could this green line be? If you have 1, 2, and 3, and 4, then this has to be a logis. You can't have 2 here, because you already have 3 over here. It would have to be a 3 with an 8, 9 there. Yes, but wherever this goes up here, it has to take the high digit. Which means that these ones are the high digits, and these are the low digits. So there are 2 low digits on this line, and 2 low digits over here, so this cannot contain a low digit there. So this has to be the purple line. Purple line. Which makes this one the blue line. 2, 5. Making this 7. That's not a 7. This green line has to go to at least here now. This is either that or that. And it contains a 2 and a 3 or 4, making the other digit on it an 8 or a 9. This one can't be a 6 because of that. How about this drum whisper? Can I go here? If it did, then these two would be low. This would be a high. This would be 1 and 3, making that an 8, and that a 6. Not a 4. Otherwise it goes here, in which case this is 6, 8, making that a 1. Either way, one of these is a 1. And this is a 6 or 8. These are 1, 3, and 4. This one's not a 4. This is 7, 8, or 9. So can this really go here? If that were a 5, yeah. Ah, this can't go here anymore. Because there are 2 of these next to each other. You can't go there, because then you have a hydrogen there and a hydrogen there. Well, these have to be low. So it has to go there. This one is not a 5. This is 7, 8, or 9. This is a 6, that's a 5. That's an 8. This is a 6, making that a 1. This one now has to finish there. This is 2, 3, or 4. That's not a 4. This is 8 or 9 now, but it has to be an 8 because this is 7, 9. These are not 6 anymore, making this a 6. These are not 6s anymore, these are not 5s anymore. Not 6s, not 5s. We can get rid of all these pencil marks. This is 9, so this one has to be 3, 6. Not a 4. It's not a 4 anymore. One of those two is a 5. This digit goes in one of these two cells. Either a 5 here or a 6 there. This higher space goes there or there. This is not a 4 because this cannot be a 9. So that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 4. This cannot be a 6 anymore. So these two digits that are high have to be 7 and 9. There's a 7 or 9 over here, making a 7, 9 pair over here. worth noting. One of these two is a 7 or a 9. The other one goes over here somewhere. 8 goes in one of those two cells. Can't go on the line adding up to 5 or 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 goes in one of those cells. 4 goes in one of those 3 cells. It's not a 1. That's not a 7. It's not an 8. So that's not a 6. If this does not contain a 2 or a 3, either one of that one, then it would have to be a 4 or 5, but that can't be a 9. Also, this can't be a 4. It can't be a 5 now, because this can't be 2, 3. It is either 2, 5, 3, 4, or 2, 4. If it's a 6, it's 2, 4. This being a 5. If it's a 7, then there are more options. This 2 or 3, though, which goes there, goes somewhere over here. If it's a 3, there's no real constraint on that. 8 goes in one of those 3 cells. Might be worth noting. This is not a 5. It's 2, 3, or 4. Because that can't be a 2. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. If this did have an 8 on it, it would have to be there. If it didn't, then there's also a 9 over here. So this can't be a 9. Because this can't be a 9. And by that, I just mean that if this were 9, that would be a 9. There'd be 2 of the same digit looking at each other. Hey, what's up? Hello. This can never be a 5. Because if it was, then the 5 in this box goes here. And where can 5 go on this line? These 5s see every single line segments. So it couldn't, but there has to be a 5 on this line because it's 7 cells long. So it's not a 5. Either we have 2, 4 or 3, 4, but there's always a 4, which makes this one not a 4, and one of those two a 4. Where does 8 go in this box? It can't go there, and it can't go in either of those cells. It has to be in one of those cells. And now, where does 8 go in this row? Can't go there, can't go there, so it has to go here. Where does 7 and 9 go in this row? Can't go on this line because it's greater than 6. So it has to go in these two cells. Whichever one this one is, goes over here on that line. Oh, also this one can't be a 7. Because I thought we should have 2 7s on this line. Either that or 2 9s. The other 4 digits in this box are 2 from the digits 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 and 6. Or the other 2 digits. Six goes in one of those 2 cells. If 6 goes there, then 5 has to be on here with a 1. Otherwise, 6 goes here, and that's a 5. Either way, this one cannot be a 5. Either way, this one cannot be a 5. 5 is one of these cells over here. So in this column, 5 has to go in one of those 3 cells. So only have one of these to be placed. Does it have to contain an 8 on it? Not necessarily. Can't be 1, 2, 3. Because of that. Could be 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6. 6, 7, 8, or 7, 8, 9. Still a lot of issues that it could be. Oh, hey. That's the raid now. What is this computer science program? println hello world. Currently working on Haywire. I have one more line to place. And it's a runban line. The pie chart between programmers and setters is actually just 1-to-1. Tab consolidation. Oh boy, should you see my other tabs. My other windows. They are kind of consolidated though, so I guess maybe. Thank you. Enjoy your dinner. I shall be sinking my teeth into this puzzle. Hmm. The rest of these cells are from 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is not an 8. But 2 of these are 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It could still just be a 7. 7 with a 5, 6, and a 9, 8 there. Hmm. Oh, there is a 7, 9 pair here. So that is a 6. So this is a 2, 4 pair. Making that a 3 and that a 2. These are no longer 4s. This is a 5 now. Which means this one is a 2, 3 pair. Because it can't be 1, 4. Making that a 1, that a 2. This is not a 3 or 4, so it has to be 6. The rest of these digits are 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is a 6. Making that a 6 and that a 3. This is not a 6. That's not a 3. This is not a 2 or a 3. One of these is a 2. So this one cannot be a 7. Because then it has to be next to 1 and 2. But that would break the 2 over here. Which means that these are the 7, 9 pairs. Which makes this a 1 or 2. And this 1, 3, or 4. This one can't be a 7. So this is a 7 with a 1 there and a 2 there. These can't be 1 anymore. They are 2, 3, or 4. That's a 9. That's a 1. These are not 9s. That's not a 1. That's a 9, that's a 7, 7, 9, that's not a 9. This is a 5. This is a 7. These are no longer 5 or 7. That is a 9. That's a 7. These are no longer 9s. 7 is one of these two cells. 9 is that cell. This is 1, 3, 4, or 5. It's not a 3. This is not a 5, neither is that one. The rest we have in this row is 1, 2, and 4. This is a 1 because it can't be 2 or 4. Two is one of these two cells, so 9 cannot be on this line, which we also know from Sudoku. So that's a 9. 1 is one of those two cells with a 7. Then we have 3, 6, and 8 to go in that box. With this being a 6 or an 8, it can't be a 6 though, so it has to be an 8. With a 3, 6 pair up there, making this an 8. Seven's right on this line, so this one has to be a 1. Making that a 7. This is a 6. This is 2, 3, and 4. That's a 3. One of those two is a 3. This is a 6. That's a 3. That's a 3. That's a 4. 7, 5. 8. 1 and 4. 5. 5, 2. 2, 3. 3, 4, 2. 2, 4. 4, 3, 1. And 7 eighths. Nice. I did not need this clue over here. But to complete it, it goes there. Huh. Why would... Oh, you did need this clue. This clue is needed to place this cell over here. Yeah. I used this clue because this one couldn't go there. Otherwise, that one wouldn't be able to place in this row. So yeah, that was the purpose of that clue. Nice. I love these jigsaw puzzle type puzzles where you have to put the stuff back in. Really nice. Really nice puzzle. Okay, next Sudoku. 13 ghosts, and this one looks very daunting. This puzzle consists of 13 10 by 10 grids. Each grid follows the standard rules for a particular shading puzzle genre. 9 grids contain regions, and these grids overlap with 4 grids that do not contain regions. Where 2 grids overlap, rules for both genres apply, and this area constitutes a 4x4 region for a grid with regions. Okay. Clarification. The rules listed below only apply to that 10 by 10 grid. For example, a cave clue does not see unshaded cells beyond the cave grid's border, and there can be a 4th shaded cell outside the acre border, connected to a line of 3 shaded cells inside the acre grid. Okay. The 13 grids are as follows. Heiawake. Shaded cells are not horizontally nor vertically adjacent. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Unshaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. There cannot be a horizontal or vertical line of unshaded cells that goes through 2 or more region borders. Nice. Acre. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. There cannot be horizontal or vertical line of more than 3 consecutive shaded or unshaded cells. More than 3. Except shaded cells form the orthogonally connected area in this puzzle. Lits. Every region contains 4 shaded cells that are orthogonally connected, i.e. tetrominoes. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. 2 identical tetrominoes, including rotations and reflections, cannot share an edge. Cave. Shaded cells. Yeah, probably. Shaded cells are orthogonally connected to the edge of the grid. A number is unshaded and indicates how many unshaded cells can be seen in a straight line, vertically or horizontally, including itself. Number is unshaded indicates how many unshaded cells can be seen in a straight line. Gotcha. Sightline cave. Except, yeah. Unshaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Canal. A number is unshaded and indicates how many total cells are shaded in continuous lines, starting from the cell. These lines are in the 4 cardinal directions, up, down, left, right. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. A number is unshaded and indicates how many total cells are shaded in continuous lines, starting from the cell. I'll have to see what this means when I go to the grid. Cocktail. Each region contains at most one block, i.e., an orthogonally connected group of shaded cells. Okay. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent across region borders. And blocks form a diagonally contiguous area. Chacana, or choco banana, I guess. Each block, i.e. an orthogonally connected group of shaded cells, must be a filled rectangle or square. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Oh yeah, I've seen this type before. Nori Nori. Each shaded cell is orthogonally adjacent to exactly one other shaded cell. Each region contains exactly 2 shaded cells. Yep. Nurikabe, or Nudikabe. A number is unshaded and indicates how unshaded cells are part of that group, i.e., an orthogonally connected group of unshaded cells. Each group contains exactly one number. I'm guessing this means how many unshaded cells are part of that group. I'm just guessing this is a typo, and this means how many. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. Chocolate banana. This is chocolate banana. An orthogonally connected group of shaded cells must be a filled rectangular square. An orthogonally connected group of unshaded cells must not be a filled rectangular square. A number indicates the size of the shaded or unshaded group that contains it. A group can contain 0, 1, or more than one number. Shimaguni. Each region contains exactly one block, i.e., an orthogonally connected group of shaded cells. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent across region borders. 2 regions sharing a border must have blocks of different sizes. Stone. Each region contains exactly one block, i.e., an orthogonally connected group of shaded cells. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent across region borders. If all the blocks were to fall down, they must completely fill the bottom half of the grid. Hinge. Each block, i.e., an orthogonally connected group of shaded cells, is cut exactly once by a single straight segment of region borders, across which it must have reflectional symmetry. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Okay, I'm going to read each of those again when I get to those grids. Can you Control plus this? How do you make this larger? Let's not do that. Well, I can see, I guess. Hey awake. The numbers in each of the areas indicates the shaded cells in that region. So all these are unshaded. Also, shaded cells cannot touch each other, and the unshaded cells cannot pass more than one region. Also, for this, the rules only apply to that 10 by 10 grid. So a cave clue does not see unshaded cells beyond the cave's grid's border. No, that just means for these over here. Like that is not part of the Heiawake. It's a bunch of pencil puzzles. Also, I know if you go to here, you can do Control Plus to make it larger. Does that? No, it does not carry over. Unless maybe I did this. Control C, Control V. No, it does not. I'm just wondering how you make this larger. Maybe I should do this on the Penpa link. Let's do this. And let's do it on Penpa. For this, we can make it larger. Alright, since this is just a changed puzzle, Penpa is pretty nice. Although for the hey Skojo, thanks for coming. All the way to the bottom. Now, do I want to do that, or just want to stay on Penpa? Because it is nice to have the other one for the rules. Although I could just have that one open just for the rules. True. Probably. Yeah, I'm just gonna have this open just for the rules. Just in case I need any clarification, and I'll do it on Penpa. And also the borders are much more defined here. Okay, so this region over here is going to have three shaded cells, either like this, let's have you as gray, either like this, or like this. Either way, this is always going to be green. Because either you have these two are shaded and the green has to get out to join all the rest of the green, the shaded cells, unshaded cells. Or you have like this, in which case this is green, unshaded. I know. Right click for green, left click for that. It's just that I didn't have it on gray before. I didn't have it on shaded. A cow? I don't sound like a cow, do I? This is going to be either that or that. Which means that these two are unshaded. Oh my gosh. Isaiah, why? Hmm. One of these is shaded on both of those things. As long as if you all are consenting to be mean to each other. Hmm. Can this do that? Then how does this green escape? This unshaded region escape? Because this has unshaded, four shaded cells. It would have to do that with like 1, 2, 3, 4. But then that's penned in. Yeah, if this were like that would be green. And then one of those has to be shaded. One of those has to be shaded, one of those has to be shaded, and then one of those has to be shaded. It couldn't do that. Because then that would be forced. And this is blocked in from the rest of them. And it couldn't do that. Otherwise, this is forced, and that is blocked in by itself. So this is not the right configuration, it's that. And in order for this to get out, it has to go like here and here. Otherwise, like, if it did go here to escape, again, it has to go there. Or could it do that? No, it couldn't do that. It couldn't escape like that. Because... But it could escape like that. Not sure. These are unshaded, though, so is that. One of those two is shaded. Cave is sightlines, right? What is acre? A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. No, but I'm looking at cave. Cave of sightlines. Indicates how many unshaded cells can be seen in a straight line, vertically or horizontally, including itself. So we can make these all unshaded. And there are going to be at least 2 shaded cells in this region now. Because it could do that, and then those 2 are shaded. It could do that, those 2 are shaded. It could do that, and those 3 are shaded, which is the most it can be. Or it can do that, and those 2 are shaded in that region for the Hiyawake. So there are at least 2 shaded cells in this region already. Can this be shaded? If it was, there need to be 3 more shaded cells in here. I mean, for what it's worth, that one and that one could be shaded in that scenario. I mean, you could just have 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is what I showed before. Otherwise, this could be unshaded. And then you have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Although, wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute. How can the corners ever be shaded? I mean, how can the corners ever be unshaded? Because if they were, then at least for this one, you have to have one of each of these groups be shaded. And either it's this group, which leaves behind an unshaded cell here, or it's that group, leaving it behind an unshaded cell here. So that one has to be shaded. How about this one? Is this the same thing? Either you have... Well, this one has to be shaded now, so let's make both of those unshaded. But if that's unshaded, then you have 1, 2, 3, leaving behind this group without being able to escape. So that has to be shaded as well. If this was unshaded, then those 2 have to be shaded, leaving that behind as a group that can't get out. And this one now cannot be shaded, otherwise this would be by itself. This has to get out. So that is forced. And this one cannot go through more than 2 regions, more than 1 region border. So that has to be shaded. This has to get out. This one, to escape, has to get like that. One of those two is shaded. One of those two is shaded, but we already knew that because that's how we got those two as unshaded. Does this say anything about 2x2 regions? No. Okay. Also, of course it doesn't, because there's a 2x2 region over here. One of these 3 cells is shaded. One of those 2 is shaded. One of those 3 are shaded. Whatever this is, either these 2 are unshaded and have to get out orthogonally. Same for those ones. Or they're shaded and have to be unshaded. So these 2 are always unshaded. Because either they're penned in by shadeds and have to get out, or it's next to a shaded and has to be unshaded. And now this one has the same sort of, I think, the same sort of problem as this. Maybe. If this was unshaded, then either you have this, with that being by itself and that being by itself, or you have this, with that being by itself. So it has to be shaded. For that one, it's the same thing, because that shaded. For that, it's the same thing because of that. And this one has to get out, so that's like that. One of those 2 is shaded, one of those 2 is shaded. Na, na, na. This area has to get out somewhere up here. It cannot go through this one, because no matter where it enters, it's going to see a bunch of a wall of shaded. So either it gets out that way, or both. If it gets out this way, that's shaded. If it gets out this way, then that's shaded. Nah, I can do it myself. Thank you, though. If this was shaded like that, this has to be unshaded. If this was shaded, then that is forced. That has to do that. That would be shaded. Those two would be unshaded. This one can't be shaded. Because then otherwise, that would be penned in. And if this were shaded, then that also have to be shaded, making that have to be penned in. So this one is a shaded cell in that region. Because of it passing more than one border. One of those two is shaded. So if this were shaded, then that would have to be shaded. And then that is blocked in. That's unshaded. One of those two is shaded. If this were shaded, then that would be shaded. Forcing this to get out like that. And if this were shaded, then both of these would have to be shaded. Because this one can't pass more than one border. And that can't pass more than one border. And it gets out like that. This can't be shaded. Because if it was, then that would have to be shaded to stop this from passing more than one border. But then this passes more than one border. So it's unshaded. It is true, though, that that's the shadedness of this, or that is, I believe. I don't think you can have both of these be shaded. No, you could. There's nothing stopping that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. So we're gonna stop in that. No, I just did that before. One of those two is shaded. Ah. If this were shaded, both of these would be unshaded. Which would force both of those to be shaded. But that's never mind. If this were unshaded though, what am I saying? I do have young kids hanging out around, yes. Some of my viewers think that you sound like a cow.
A cow?
A cow indeed. Are you sure you're not secretly a cow?
Oh! I'm a wolf.
Silly goose.
I wanted to tell you if you could cut the watermelon, because Dad won't do it.
After I'm done streaming, okay?
Huh?
After I'm done streaming.
When are you gonna be done?
Like an hour or two? Maybe?
Okay, well, an hour is in almost 5 minutes.
No, that's more than that.
Bruh.
Bruh. Go downstairs, silly goose. If this is unshaded, it forced that to be shaded. That to be unshaded. Hmm. Wait. Yeah, if this is shaded, it forces that to be unshaded. And it forces that to be shaded. And now there are nowhere for the shaded cell to go in this contiguous cell. So there has to be four, and they can't touch each other, so there has to be one here, one here, one here, one here. So that forces that, which is broken. So this has to be unshaded, which forces that to be shaded. If this is shaded, why are all you coming up here? What's up? No, I don't want another nudge.
What does it say?
If anything, I can go to this grid over here.
Okay.
I don't want a nudge. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go to this grid actually. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. There cannot be a horizontal or vertical line of more than 3 consecutive shaded or unshaded cells. So basically a binario, but with 3s. Okay. So, with this, also, Isaiah, I said no hints. That means no hints. Please stop trying to give me hints. No means no. Because this cannot be 4 unshaded cells. One of them in each of these columns has to be shaded. So we have one shaded cell here and one shaded cell here. The shaded cell in this column has to be over here. And it has to be one of these cells. Otherwise, there would be 4 unshaded cells over here. Which means this one's unshaded. How many cells are in this region? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Also, I should note that shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area, which means the shaded cell in this column is either in one of these two, or it gets out like that. One, two, three, four, 5. This one not quite. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. There are only 5 unshaded cells in this region. There has to be one unshaded cell in this group, in those two groups. So 1, 2, and at least one up here, which is the third. So there's 2 more. Hmm. I'm gonna do lits. Every region contains 4 shaded cells that are orthogonally connected tetrominoes. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square, and 2 identical tetrominoes, including rotations and reflections, cannot share an edge. This one, and they're shaded, right? Yeah. This has to be shaded in this region. This has to be shaded in that region. Otherwise, you'd have a 2x2 area of shaded cells. Makes that shaded. One or both of those are shaded. These 3 are shaded in that region. This one cannot be shaded, otherwise you'd have 4 shaded cells over here. Also, they are contiguous in each region, right? Yeah, orthogonally connected. This one cannot be shaded, otherwise you'd have a bunch of 2x2 areas. Neither can that one for the same reason. This one has to be shaded, and that one cannot be, otherwise you'd have a 2x2 there. Yeah, this is a pretty fun one. I concur. If this were these two, it can't be. Because if it was, then how are you going to fit a 4-cell region in here? Oh, like that. That's how. How about this? You could have it like that. That. Yeah. There are many. How about this? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is always taken as always taken, as shaded. This cannot be shaded, otherwise neither of those could be shaded. Otherwise they form 2x2s, and there'll be only three in that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It always takes those 3 cells. This cannot be a tetromino. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to fit any tetromino in here that doesn't create a 2x2. The same is true for this one, I think. No, it's not, because you can have that. But either way, this is always shaded. And this can't be. Otherwise, this would go down, and then you would have 2 straight-eyed tetrominos. This is an L. So either this... So this one has to be shaded. Because if it wasn't, then that would be an L as well. This is unshaded, therefore. So these 2 are taken. And this one's going to form an L, which means that's shaded. That's unshaded, that is shaded. We have a T tetromino here. That one cannot be shaded. This one cannot be shaded, otherwise there would be 2 L tetrominos connected. Those 3 are shaded. This one's unshaded. That is shaded. This one is shaded, otherwise it'd be an L tetromino, touching an L. This is unshaded. This is either... Oh, this can't go there. Because if this were a T, then that would be unshaded, and that would be a T as well. Oh, never mind, they're not touching, so never mind. They can still do that. That would have to go there, or there. That would be connected to, like, that. Okay. So this can either be an I tetromino or a T tetromino still. If that were a Z tetromino, then that would be an I tetromino. Oh, if this were a Z tetromino, then this couldn't be an I because of 2 by 2 there, or a T because of the T 2 by 2 there. So this has to be a T tetromino. Making that unshaded, that shaded. This is now unshaded. Um,
Uncle James,
yep.
I need some cookies.
I cannot right now. Go, close the door.
Is it 6 o'clock?
It's 8 o'clock. How does this one work? If this were shaded, then that would be forced, and then that would be forced. Otherwise, it's unshaded and it's a... Well, this is always going to do this then. Because either you have that, that, or that. So this cannot be shaded, otherwise it would force that. So none of those can be shaded. This cannot be shaded. Now these three have to be shaded, so that's unshaded. This is unshaded, that is shaded, that is unshaded. If this were shaded, then that would be forced, and then you have two L's. This has to be shaded, else you have a 2 by 2 in that region. This is unshaded now, that is shaded. This cannot be an L because it's touching an L. It has to be a T. This goes like that, that's unshaded, this is shaded. That's unshaded, that is unshaded. So are those. That is forced. This still has to get out somehow, which could do it through there or through there. That's forced. That cannot go like that, because then you'd have two L's touching each other. So it has to do that, that's forced, that's forced. This is forced. And the rest has to be done over here. But there's a number of ways this can happen. But what's the farthest this can reach? Can't reach there. That's unshaded. Can't reach there because that'd be... It can't reach any of this line. as it'd be a 4, an I tetromino, touching an I tetromino. Could be any of those, or any of those, or any of those, or any of those. Okay. That's probably the most we can do with that right now. How about cocktail? Each region contains at most one block. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent to cross-region borders. Blocks form a diagonally adjacent contiguous area. So does that mean there has to be at least 2 shaded cells per region? Or can a block be a 1x1 region of shaded cells, or orthogonally connected group of shaded cells? Does group imply more than one? Gonna guess that's a yes. And they are shaded, right? Yeah. And they have to be diagonally contiguous. Okay. What do the numbers say? The amount of shaded cells in that region. They don't have to be orthogonally connected. Is that forced? Does a block have to be more than one cell? Mm. Does anyone in chat know this restraint, this cocktail puzzle, and if the groups have to be more than one cell? Because I am not certain based on this. Charles, you're like the only person that wouldn't know. Because you don't do these puzzles. Alright, I'll just do another one then. Let's see, paused. I'll do Chacona, or Chacana. Chicana is each block must be a filled rectangular square. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. That would be pretty hype, yes. There are 11 shaded cells in this region. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 12. How is that possible? I guess this one doesn't have to be shaded. Wait, what? Each block, i.e. an orthogonally connected group of shaded cells, must be a filled rectangle or square. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. How is that possible? The 12-cell region has 11 in it. It has to be a filled rectangular square. Those are not rectangular squares. Bruh. Oh yeah, it is. Hey, Isaiah, since you're here, cocktail. When it says group, a country group of shaded cells, does that group have to be more than one cell? 4 times 4 is 16, yes. Have you ever done cocktail? Cocktail or? Because I've done Chicano before, I believe. This one. It's 11 cells in here, which means 5 of them are unshaded. Ah, so it can just be one cell. The group does not have to be more than one cell. So that is enforced. I, this is 11. 1, 2. It sees 10 over here, so this one has to be unshaded at least. And it sees 5 cells. At least. Also, this one also has to be at least unshaded. Yep, I do see indeed. Oh, I see. They're all orthogonally connected in each region. Okay, so that is forced. Those two are shaded now, because there can't be a 2 by 2. That's forced. That is forced. This one cannot be shaded. Otherwise, there'll only be 2 in that one. So it has to go like that. If that was like that, then it still couldn't get out, so this one still has to go to that. That's unshaded. One of those two is shaded, and whichever one it is forces a shaded cell in this region somewhere. In fact, this one can't be no, it could. If this were shaded, then that would be shaded. If this were shaded, then that would be shaded. By the way, this is always shaded over here. So is that. That's unshaded. No, I haven't. This is unshaded. These two are also unshaded. This could still be shaded. Mm. This one there, then all of those be shaded. How about this, the Chacona? No matter where this goes, it's going to take at least 5 cells. And the rest are going to be shaded. Could see 10 here and 1 here, making that 4 and 1. Could see 10 there and 1 there, making that 4 and 1. If this was just 10 there and 1 there. Also, is cave including itself or excluding itself? Shaded cells are orthogonally connected to the grid. A number is unshaded indicates how many unshaded cells can be seen in a straight line, vertically or horizontally, including itself. Okay. So if this was just handed like that, then these would not do a filled shaded region. A filled rectangle. So let's switch with these there. So how does this work? Can it even work? Chacona. This is definitely part of the cave cell. It's also part of the Chaconas thing. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. It does this. That is forced, and it has to do that now. Yep, okay. 5 means at least one of these has to be shaded, so both of them do. That's unshaded now. Three of these have to be shaded, so it has to be those three. These are all shaded, so that has to be shaded as well. This cannot be, so that one has to be shaded. Three more of these have to be shaded. Has to be those three, except that was shaded. Then how would you fit only 2 more in here? That doesn't create something that's not a rectangle. Like, if you did that, that's not a rectangle. If you did that, that's not a rectangle. If you did that, that is a rectangle. But that is not. Nor is that. So these have to be the last 3. That's those two are unshaded. If these two are unshaded, then those two all have to be shaded, and it's not a rectangle. If these two are unshaded, then those all have to be shaded, and it's not a rectangle. So those are unshaded, and now these have to be shaded. That is unshaded. This is 16 digits. 4 of them have to be out. Could be those 4. Those 4. If this was shaded, these would all be unshaded. And it just wouldn't work. Because if this extended, then that'd be unshaded, the rest are shaded, and doesn't create a square region. Now I understand that. And if this were unshaded, then the rest would be shaded, and it would create a square region, or a rectangular region. So that one is unshaded. And either we have these 4 as unshaded, the rest shaded, or these 4 is shaded, the rest unshaded. If it were anything different, like if these were shaded, and if you had those unshaded, then the rest would not form a square or a rectangle. So these are always shaded. This sees 6 in the column, so let's see these 4 more in the row. At most 6 in the column. Okay, what's canal? A number is unshaded and it indicates how many total cells are shaded in continuous lines starting from the cell. These lines are in the 4 cardinal directions, up, down, left, right. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Shaded cells cannot form a 2 by 2 square. Canal, I should minus that. Canal puzzle rules. Example, LMD. One, huh? This just makes me more confused. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I see. I see now. Basically, it's just sight lines, except it's not counting itself. All shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area, and they cannot form a 2 or 2 square. These are all unshaded. These 3 are at least shaded because you can only see 2 up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, at least that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least I can't see that one now. Because then this would see 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one sees 9 over here, so this doesn't have to see anything over there. Yorona. This one cannot see 4 over here, because it has to be connected to that over there. So it sees at most 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one sees at most up to there. So it can't go there. Those are formed 2 by 2 over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at least. I can't see all the way up to here. Otherwise that would see 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is now restricted. It can't see 2 anymore. Or 3. Otherwise, how is this going to get to this over here? It would have to form 2 by 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If this doesn't go here, then it just cannot reach that. So this has to be shaded. That has to be unshaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is unshaded. If this were shaded, then both those would have to be shaded. This. Can still see that one. And up to 5 here, so it doesn't have to go up. ¿Por qué? I agree, these also break my brain. Although, this is the farthest I can go over here, so these are all unshaded. So is that one. It's either that and that, or it's one of those. But if this one didn't go here and there, if this one did go here, then it would have to, then that would be forced. If it didn't, then that would go there. Hmm. Maybe this is acre now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are only 4 more shaded cells here. So how does this get out? Can it get out? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it can. Hmm. Alright, I'm gonna be right back because food is ready. I have returned. Start. Ah, now for the Shikana, this can't be shaded. Otherwise, there'd be 6 cells in this region. This can't go there either. There's only 2 more. Which could go there, or it could be any of those. But now this has to escape because for the canal, everything has to be connected. All orthogonal. all orthogonal shaded cells have to be connected. Which means this one cannot go there. So I can't do that. For that one. There are two more over here, which either that one or that one, or connected like that. This is at most two cells over here. So 1, 2, 3 over there is forced. And now this one can't go there, as you see 9 cells. And C is 7 cells right now, so it has to take that one. Which means, is that one forced? Yeah, that one's also forced. So now these two can't see anymore. This has to go to at least this one. This has to escape like that. That's now cannot go there. This is done. Now with Nori Nori, each shaded cell is orthogonally connected to exactly one other shaded cell, and each region contains exactly 2 shaded cells. So the rest of this region is unshaded. Now this one has to go to at least there. These two are unshaded. This one could still be shaded and it'd have to go like that. Might be getting a little bit of ASMR this stream. This one has to escape somehow. So if this were unshaded, then that would do that. You have to get out like that. All of those would be done. And then in order to connect to his friends, would have to do something like that? No, that's not possible. I don't think that's possible. Because the acre grid. There's only 4 more shaded cells in this region. And it can't really... It can't connect. Like at all. It would have to do this. It can't go there, it would have to do that. And then, how does it connect to the rest of its friends? It can't. Which means that this is shaded. This is unshaded, because it couldn't connect to the rest of his friends. That's shaded, that's unshaded. This has to connect to their friends, has to do that. This can't go there anymore. Has to do that now. But then how does it connect to the rest of them? We just had this problem before. Did I break it? I don't see how this gets to this over here. Oh my gosh, this dog. Am I wrong in saying that there can't be 2x2s in the canal? No, shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. That's correct. So then, what did I do wrong over here? Also, this is wrong. Because it's not connected to the rest of them. And shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Okay, that'd be wrong. Dog, please shut up. Why is she so loud? This one definitely has to see those. But it could also do that. No, I can't because of that. Good night. Good night, Red Pinks. That is forced, because then there'd be 6 shaded cells in that region. Basing off the Chacona. If that did that, then it couldn't get to the rest of its shaded friends. So that's impossible. This can't go like that. In order for this to escape, it has to do that. If this did that, then this would form just so many 2x2s. So isn't that at least forced? But then that's the case, then all of these from the Nori Nori have to be unshaded. Because there's only one shaded group. There's only 2 shaded cells in each region, right? Exactly 2 shaded cells. But then this is stuck. So what am I doing wrong? He can't get to the rest of his friends. Shaded cells form an orthogonal contested area. So this is just broken. Hey Isaiah, what did I do wrong over here? Because this shaded group of shaded cells can't guess the rest of the shaded cells. And in the canal puzzle, it says that shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. Between the trachona and the canal. Indeed. That would have to be that. But then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It sees 9 cells. It sees 9 cells then. And if this were like that, then this would have to see those cells, and there's a bunch of 2x2 areas. Let's just restart this entire grid, the entire canal. All these are unshaded. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, actually, this one can't be because of that Jacona. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is at least those. This cannot be shaded. Otherwise, there'd be 6 shaded cells. This sees at max 3 over here, So you can see it too over there. So this cannot be the case, so this one has to do that now. That's unshaded. Oh, it's going to be 2 by 2. Same for that. This sees at most 3 over here. So it has to be C 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over there. If this were unshaded, then that could not reach the rest of its heterominos. It has to be shaded, that has to be unshaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These two have to be shaded, that has to be unshaded. This one cannot be shaded or can't see the rest of its friends. Those have to be shaded, unshaded. If this were shaded, then well, let's only see one over here. You can only see one over here, one over here. That's 3, so it has to see these 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now it is broken. Yeah. Because this one cannot see that now, whereas it would see 3 cells. So it'd have to see, since it only sees 6 right now, have to see 2 over here, and that was 2 by 2 of shades over in the LITS. And lits cannot form a 2 by 2 square. Bruh. How about Nori Nori then? Two of these have to be shaded, as well as 2 of those. Can't be 2. It can't be these 2. Otherwise, it'll only be 1 over here. So this is shaded. Either that's shaded or that's shaded. So this is never shaded. This one can't be unshaded. Otherwise, this wouldn't be able to get anywhere. If this were shaded, then only one of those would be shaded. So that completes it like that. One of those is shaded, which completes that thing. For Nori Nori, do the issues in connected. No. Okay, so there's nothing about orthogonally connected Nori Nori. One of those 2 is shaded, so that one is unshaded. If that was shaded, then neither of those could be shaded, so that's wrong. It has to do that. Which were shaded. This one has to be shaded. That cannot be shaded. That is shaded. That's unshaded. Alright, good night. I'm probably gonna end soon. Whether I finish this or not. Wait a second. This doesn't have to go there. And that's what I did wrong. It's the Litz grid. This one does not have to go there. It could go there. Because this is already connected to over here. Okay. So, this is forced right now. 6 there. Plus that. You can see it max one more cell. So those two are forced as well. This is forced, that's forced, that's forced. So is that. So is that. That is forced. That's forced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's forced. That's forced. This cannot be shaded because then you'd have at most 1, 2, 3, 4, and that couldn't be there. So you can have 3 here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is forced. There. That's forced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is forced. That's forced. So is that now. The rest of this is unshaded. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's forced. So is that. Ba-da-ba-boo-da-boo. Ba-da-ba-boo-da-boo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's forced. I fixed canal. Thank goodness. It's all because Litz. I was too overconfident. This is at least one more cell. Because these have to be orthogonally connected, that cannot be the case. So that is shaded. That's unshaded, that's shaded. This is shaded. So is that. In order for this to be diagonally adjacent to something, that cannot be shaded. So that cannot be either. If that was shaded, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would break. That's unshaded. That's forced. 8 is forced. Wherever this ends, the other will satisfy this. 5. What now? Caves are all orthogonally connected. So this has to go through here. If there was a wall here, then these wouldn't be able to connect to that over there. So that's like that. That's the case. Hmm. What next? Where to look? If that goes there, and it goes there. If that goes there. And that has to go there. There we go. If that goes there, if it's connected like that, then this, in order to connect to the rest of the grid, has to go there, but then it's stuck. It can't connect anywhere else diagonally. If it instead goes here, then it connects like that up. Whether this goes here or there, that is in a corner right now, so it has to always get out over here. So that's forced. Let's go like that. That's forced. Hmm. What next? If this is just that, then it has to connect there. If it goes there, then connects there. If this goes here, then it has to take one of those cells. And this has to connect around there. Because that couldn't. But anyway. I think this always has to go here then. No, it can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is possible. What if it doesn't connect over here? It has to be diagonally adjacent to one of these over here, which would make it diagonally adjacent to this one over here, which would then would have to go there or there, which would make it diagonally adjacent over here somewhere. And that still works, okay. How about Nurikabe? Unshaded number indicates how many unshaded cells are part of that group. Gotcha. Shaded cells form an orthogonally connected area. So basically islands. Shaded cells cannot form a 2 by 2. Okay. There's only one number per group. That's that's all shaded. Stone might be a good thing to do. Chocolate bananas, what? An orthogonally connected group of shaded cells must be filled rectangle or square. Orthogonally connected unshaded cells must be filled. Huh? Must not be a filled rectangle or square. And I'm guessing that they cannot be. This can only be one number per clue. Yeah. Well, no. A number indicates the size of the shaded or unshaded group that contains it. A group can contain 0, 1, or more than one number. That's only if those numbers are the same. So this could not escape through that, because you can have a 22 size cell and a 12 size region. So it has to do that. That is forced as well. That has to do that. If that went here, that'd be 13. Although, shaded cells are... these two cell regions have to be shaded, because they cannot be banana. Otherwise, well, two orthogonally connected cells can only be rectangles. So those have to be shaded. These, therefore, or banana. Those cannot be. Because otherwise they would have to be part of the rectangle. If this was shaded, then you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. You'd have to have 4 times something to get 22, which is impossible. Because that is 5 with a remainder of 2. So that's unshaded. That's shaded. That has to go there. These have to be unshaded. That is shaded. Those are unshaded. Because otherwise those two would connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are only 3 more of these to go in that region. This, because there's only 2 in here, cannot be a straight line, so it has to do that. But it could be a straight line. No, it can't be a straight line that way, because that 22 will only have 4 cells then. So it has to do that. And now all of that is unshaded. That's unshaded for the Nori Nori. That is unshaded. How many cells over here are shaded? 12 plus 5, 17. Needs 5 more. Oh, this is shaded now. Has to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't be a straight line. So it either does that 4 by 4, or it has to go here and do that 2 by 4. If it does this 2 by 4, then all of those are unshaded. And that's just impossible, because this has way more than 22 cells now. 14 in this region, plus another 4 plus another 4 is 8, which is 22 already, plus all of that. So yeah, it's not possible. So this has to do that, and 14 plus 5 is 19, there's 3 more, that is correct. As all 22 cells, that is unshaded, so is all that. That is shaded, unshaded. If this were shaded, it couldn't possibly form a 9-cell region of a rectangular region, because it's penned in over here. It can't be straight, and it cannot be a 2 by 2 or a 2 by anything, because that would be even for rectangles. So that is unshaded. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 2 more remaining for that one. If this took those 2, then that would finish, and now this could not meet the rest of his friends. So it has to at least go there. If it took just that one, then one of those would have to be unshaded, would have to be shaded. That was shaded. If that was shaded, that would have to go there. That would have to go there. That'd have to go there, that would have to go there, and that's all just forced. But it is broken. Because if that was shaded and those did that, forcing that to do that, it just needs one. This needs one more, which has to be part of a domino, which then would have to be there to connect to that. Same for that one, that would have to be there to connect to that. And now this one is a domino. But where's it going to get it? It would have to do that and hit with that one. So that is impossible. That has to do that. That's forced, so is that. That is forced like that. That's forced. That's forced. We are the pirates who don't do anything. We just stay home and lie around. And if you ask us if we do anything, we'll just tell you we don't do anything. Oh my gosh, these kids are so loud. Why is everyone always so loud all the time? If this goes there, if that goes there, 1, 2, 3. It can't actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna take one there. Pirates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. There are 2 more in this chocolate banana. Right. 4, 4, 1 is 9. There are 3 more in this chocolate banana. This one is 4, 5, 6. 3 more in that chocolate banana as well. But if this goes here, the rest of these have to be shaded, which would leave behind a rectangular banana, which is not possible. So that is shaded. If this was unshaded, then that fills the requirements for that banana. So all of those have to be shaded. But that does not violate the constraints of the banana. Okay, how about Shimaguni? Each region contains exactly 1 block. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent across region borders. 2 regions sharing a border must have blocks of different sizes. So it's not just cocktail, but with the extra rule. Exactly 1 block. Yeah, it's much better phrasing as well. Okay, what else is there? Two regions sharing a border must have lots of different sizes. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent across region borders. Unshaded cells. Okay. There are 4 in here. Also, what about That's hard. We are the pirates who don't do anything. We just stay home and lie around. How about Stone? Each region contains exactly 1 block. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Shaded cells cannot be adjacent across region borders. If all of the blocks were to fall down, they must completely fill the bottom half of the grid. Okay. Those 3 are shaded. And they cannot be shaded across region borders. Yeah. Those are all unshaded. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So only one of those is unshaded. That must be shaded. Also, there's only 1 block per thing. Yeah. So all of those must be shaded. Only one of those is unshaded. And this one has to be shaded. Otherwise, this would never be filled if he's fell down. It's unshaded. Two, 4, 6, 8. That's always shaded. 2, that's unshaded. There can only be 5 per column. So you can have 5 here and 3 there, and that would fit. That's what happens. So these are unshaded. These are all shaded. Oops. Those are unshaded, so are those. This has to be shaded now. This is unshaded. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 1 more in each of these. These are all unshaded. I did not hit her, I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. If there are 5 here, and there are 5 up here, at least, at most, I mean. So at least there are 3 over here. We don't do anything. one of these is shaded, which means one of these is unshaded, which means this one has to be shaded. At least two of these are shaded, which means that max one of these is shaded. If only one of those is shaded, then there has to be 4 over here. In fact, if there's only 2 up here, there has to be 4 more over here, so 4 of these are unshaded. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's only one shaded cell over here then. These are all unshaded. These are all shaded and that's unshaded. So there's only 1 over here. That's unshaded. Because this all has to be orthogonally connected inside a region. Exactly one block, yeah. Then this one has to be up top. Otherwise, if it were to go like that, and that held its position, then it would never get to the bottom over here. So that has to be the shaded cell. Either that or that one over there. Those two are unshaded though. Also, by the same logic, this one cannot go here, there's nothing that can ever go below it. So it has to be the shaded cell. Unshaded over there. What else? What else? What else? These two are shaded. If this were to drop, this hits that over there. So there must be 2 over here. It must be those 2. So this is the case, like that. And now in order for this to all be up below the 5th line, it has to be over here like that. So that's forced. So is that. We just stay home and lie around. If you ask us if we do anything, we'll just tell you we don't do anything. That has to go there. Should be coming around the mountain when she comes. Should be coming around the mountain when she comes. If this were to have anything over here, which it has to, they have to be up here. Or at least there, for that one. But they have to be orthogonally connected. And because this is the top, this also has to go over here, as nothing could fall above it. So that is forced. It could just be those over there. Now, how many have to be taken over here? if we have 4 and 3 here, then we'd have 2 here, 5 down here somewhere. But this can never go over here. Otherwise, nothing could ever go between it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It has to at least do that. Three, 2, 1. This needs 4 more over here. Oh my gosh. Okay, good. Oh. The Clement if he's falling the stairs. But they got them though. Alright, the rest of these 4, there can only be 1 over here, so these 3 have to be, these 3 are forced. That is forced like that. This one cannot go up to there. Yeah, if this went here, then in order to orthogonally connect, it would have to go down. And this hits on that, and there's at least 2 cells between here that cannot get there. So that is on, yeah, that's like that. If it goes here, then it's not the same thing because it could do that. If these took those 2, like if this was unshaded, then that would be forced. But then that couldn't go there. Otherwise you'd leave a hole there. And both of these then would be unshaded, which is not possible. There has to be 5 shaded cells in this column. So that goes there at least. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Possible. Still. If we are the pirates, if we don't do anything, we just stay home and lie around. Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba ba da boo. Oh, does each thing have to have at least one? Each using can, yeah, exactly 1 block. So that goes there. There are only 2 more shaded cells in that column. There are only 2 more shade cells in this thing. In this column. 1 actually. If this went here, then that'd be forced and that's broken. This did that. That's definitely broken. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This has to do that. That's forced. Dun, 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 dun. That cannot go there. Else that's forced. That can't go there. Otherwise, there would be just a bunch of gaps. In fact, that has to go there now. And there. That's done. And yeah, that area is done. Stone is basically done. Just that to go.
How many meters?
Later. Once I'm done with this, okay?
What?
Once I'm done with this, okay?
Okay.
Oh, he's so cute. How about hinge? Each block is cut exactly once by a single straight segment of region borders, across which it must have a reflectional symmetry. A number indicates the amount of shaded cells in that region. Let's see if I can get an example. Hinge, LMD example. Hinge puzzle, LMD example. What if we go to LMD itself? Search hinge. No. Puzzle type. Where's H? Is hinge not a variant? Heiwake and Hitori. No hinge. Huh. Is cut exactly once by a single straight segment of region borders, across which it must have reflectional symmetry. Oh, also this. 9 of these cells are going to be shaded. Can't be that one. Only one of them is unshaded. It can't be that one because that's not. Those aren't rectangle. Neither is that. Neither is that. Neither is that. It has to be this. That's the only way it can work. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. 9 is the last one. Then that has to do that. That's forced. Oh, also, for the stone, they're all orthogonally connected. Yeah. So that's forced. So is that. So is that. And we have 4, 8, 9, 12. And that's done. Chocolate banana is done. Nice. Now let's see if we can figure out hinge. Each block is cut exactly once by a single straight segment of region border, across which it must have reflectional symmetry. So if we have a region border here that cuts it, and you have something like that, or that, or that, question mark? And if it's like that, that cuts it. It could do like something like that, or that, or that. This is confusing for me. Hinge pencil puzzle. On the example. What is this? I might save Hinge for later. So I don't think I'm doing the rest of this tonight. How about this though? Nori? No. Acre. Shikashi, yeah. Two of these are shaded. This one definitely has to be shaded, because then otherwise you have a 2x2 over here. If this went like that, it would have to escape through there. And then those would both be unshaded. Then in order to escape, we'd have to like go there. Which is possible. If this was like this. Ah, well, this one always takes that, that's for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one always takes that. Hello, welcome to the stream. If that went there, then that's forced. And it would have to escape. Well, it could escape like over there. That would have to do that though. This does always have to join the rest of the thing by going over here. Because if it didn't go there, then I'd have to take at least 3 cells in a Nori Nori, which is not possible. So it does go there. That's unshaded then. This is a bunch of different puzzle variants. We have Heiawake, Acre, LITS, Cave, Canal, Cocktail Chikona, Nori Nori, Nurikabe, Chocolate Banana, Shimaguni, Stillstone, and Hinge. It's 13 puzzles in one puzzle. Currently I'm working on the Canal version of this puzzle. I thought you were going to sleep. Oh, also I fixed it. Oh yeah, sure. This is where you can try it. Indeed. It is quite daunting. I have a feeling that this is going to do that and that. One of these definitely has to be it, but not necessarily both. Because if not, then that would go there, and that would go there, but then you would have 6 for that 5 clue. Wow. Also, has it really been an hour? Wow. 2-hour puzzle so far. Drunk Isaiah, how fun must you be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is only one more over here. Sudoku is inevitable, even though this technically isn't Sudoku. The last 2 were, though. You said you were going to sleep. Well, I guess you can sleep in just 1 hour. Oh, right, he says. That feeling when Isaiah's got early onset dementia. If this did go here, that would be forced. So with that, that would be forced. How does one leave Sudoku? Truly hitting a drought, aren't you? Oh, nice. What's your bachelor's in? I forget people exist too. Based. Everyone loves maths. Loves math. Or at least they should. They should love math. And if they don't, they're cringe. If this was here, and all of these were not possible to traverse through, then how does this area connect to that area? That wouldn't be possible, because then both of those would be unshaded. So it would have to do this, and then it couldn't get out because of the acre clue. So that's not possible. I can't go there. If it went here, then that's even more impossible because it can't go through there. So it has to go here, and that has to finish like that. Now, this only contains 3 more shaded cells. So it cannot get out like that. These two have to connect to each other. And they have to get out like that over there. This 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 has to finish there. That has to be unshaded. This one now, 1, 2, 3, 4, has to finish there. That's unshaded. That's shaded, that's unshaded because of Nori Nori. This cannot connect over here or through that over there. So it has to connect over here. That's unshaded, that's shaded, that's unshaded, that's shaded. These are all unshaded because of Nori Nori. That is shaded, these are all unshaded. Unshaded, shaded, shaded, unshaded, 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 shaded. That is unshaded, otherwise everything else in that region would be shaded. This one has to have one more, can't be that one, can't be that one, has to be that one. And that finishes there. Nori Nori is done. It's this type of puzzle where you go from puzzle to puzzle. There's one shaded cell here. If this was unshaded, then these would have to be shaded to connect to each other. if this was shaded, those two would be unshaded, and two of those would have to be shaded. It'd have to be those two. So this is always unshaded. This is always shaded. And either it's those three or it's those three. And acre doesn't really help this in any way. You know what they usually do? Usually you have to skip around. Because you can't really finish the first one without the other ones. I mean, all the ones that I have done have required that. What else? What else? Can't. Okay, so we can't do this without the grid, this acre grid. But these three are reliant on each other. There's something else we can do to get shaded or unshaded cells over here. With acre, all shaded cells have to be orthogonally connected. Yeah, so it cannot be this. Otherwise, this would never be able to get to the other shaded cells over here. So it has to be that. So these are now unshaded, because these are three connected acre cells. Alright, setting a puzzle, I see. I won't be back in an hour. Okay, good night. Thanks for coming. It was nice chatting. Also, I am good to keep going for a while now, because I'm not going to the gym. Cancelled, because I guess I went too late. There are 8 shaded cells in this region. So there are 8 unshaded cells in this region. We know there has to be at least one shaded cell in each row and in each column to break up the unshaded cells. Same for unshaded cells. So most likely there's going to be 2 per. But you could have like 3, 3, 1, 1. This can only see 3 cells over here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's forced. Yeah. Electron is probably asleep by now. But yeah, there are a lot of math majors slash math teachers in the Sudoku community. I have no idea why. Nah, there's just the perfect amounts. 1 to 1. Just like the ratio of icing to cake on a Simon birthday cake. There's also Fushida Hardy. He's also doing research for math. Panthera is also math. There are a lot of math majors slash teachers. Hmm. How is this acre possible? Yeah, I am quite stuck. It's like I know there's one shaded cell here and one shaded cell there to break up the acres. Nah. Although now that you say that, now I'm thinking it has to do with the cave or the Hayawake. One of those two is shaded. One of those is shaded. One of those three. If that's shaded, then that's shaded. Making both of those unshaded. So this is always shaded then. Yeah, this is always unshaded, I mean. If this was shaded, then that'd be shaded. That'd be shaded as well. I just think that this is always... maybe? Yeah, if this was shaded, that'd be unshaded, that'd be shaded. And that'd be shaded as well, and this couldn't get out to be the other unshaded cells. So that's always unshaded. So if that is shaded, then that's shaded. And if that's shaded, then that's shaded. Hmm. In their puzzle? I don't know. Probably not. Hmm. What clue am I missing? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That much is forced. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, there we go. That's forced. Because the acre. Which means this one has to go there at least. And one, either that one is shaded, or both of those are shaded. That's forced. This is shaded. One, two, three, four, five. Only 3 more green cells in this region. 4 more shaded cells. And for cave, the shaded cells are connected to the grid, edge of the grid, right? Yeah. Ah. Ah, yes, that's it. So if this were shaded, then these two could not be. You can't have anything in the middle here shaded. Otherwise, it could not be orthogonally adjacent to another shaded cell in the Hayawake, but it has to be connected to the edge of the grid in the cave. So these two are unshaded, making those two shaded. Now all of those are unshaded. This has to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has to go there at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I go there? This has to complete 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That truly was so obvious. This one can't cross another boundary, has to go there. This cannot cross another boundary. This cannot go there unless it crosses 2 boundaries. And so this green unshaded region has to get out somehow, so it has to get out through there. Also, that is unshaded. Can't cross another boundary. These are both unshaded. This has to get out, join the rest of his friends. This has to get out, join the rest of his friends. Was it the fact that the unshaded cells couldn't get to the edge of the grid in the cave in the middle of this Hayawake region? This has to get out. And this cannot cross another one. Those are done. Cannot cross another one. That's to get out. And the Hayawake is done. Well, yeah, I knew that much. That shaded has to get to the edge of the grid somehow. That's unshaded. It has to get to the edge of the grid somehow. This has to get to the edge of the grid somehow. So does that. This is part of the acre, cannot go there. So it has to go here. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only one more, so it has to go here. Those two are completed. That has to be shaded for Hayawake. Same for that. For acre, I mean. So these are unshaded. This now has to get out like that. Because all shaded cells are connected. So that one has to get out like that. The same reason. These two cannot be shaded. This is shaded. Oh, this isn't done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, now it is. One of these has to be shaded. Only one more can be shaded. $242. Wow. Amazing. There's only one more shaded cell in this region because there's one over here. How does this connect with the rest of his friends? Could go over here. This does not have to go there. If that was there, and that was there, and that was there, then it would connect over here. Either way, though, this one cannot. It can't escape. It can go over here. It can escape over here. One of these is shaded. Otherwise, you have 4 unshaded cells. If this was unshaded, then one of those would be shaded, making that unshaded. So this would have to escape through there. If this was unshaded, that'd have to escape through there. Is that broken anyway? No, not really. Icarus certainly is one of these genres of all time. Oh, this is shaded because of that. I knew that from earlier. I just deleted it for some reason. If this was unshaded, that would go there. Which would then go there. And that'd be shaded. Which was what I was looking at before. Then in order for this to escape, it would have to go here. All those would be unshaded. It looks like it works really well. If this was shaded, then this would be just a very forcing sequence. Ah, in fact, this has to be shaded because look at this over here. If this was unshaded, there'd be 4 in a row. So that is forced. This has to get out, goes through there. This is shaded. This has to get out, this has to go through there. Those are all unshaded, that's shaded. That has to get out like that. There is going to be 1 shaded cell over here, at least. Does not need to be 1 over here. This has to get like that. This is unshaded. One of that's unshaded, one of that's shaded, one of that's shaded, so that is unshaded. This has to get like that. These are both unshaded. Also, how many cells are in here again? 6, 10, 15, 17? So there are 5 unshaded cells. Also, this is shaded. So we need 3 more unshaded cells. One's going to be over here, one's going to be over here. This goes like that. Must be 1 more. It was all free. If this did not go here, then it would go here and there. Then both of those would be broken. And if it went there and there, then it would just be cornered. So it has to go there. And this has to be a diagonal pattern. If this, no, not, yeah, if this was a shaded cell, that would be unshaded, making that shaded. And then that is penned in. That's impossible. This is unshaded, this is shaded. That's unshaded, that's shaded. Now skip like that. This is unshaded, that's shaded. This is skips like that. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there are only 2 more green cells over here. So that finishes. The rest are shaded. This has to escape like that. That's unshaded. That's unshaded. This is unshaded, this is unshaded. Otherwise there'd be more than 4 shaded cells for it to escape. This is shaded, that's unshaded. This is shaded. If this was unshaded, there's a wall of unshaded cells here that blocks off the shadeds from getting to each other, so this is shaded. If this was unshaded, then that'd be shaded and that'd be unshaded. and then this could not escape. So that is shaded. That's unshaded. This is shaded. Those two are unshaded. That is shaded. Then what? These are all connected right now, except for that one. And there we go. Acre's done. Cocktail. Or one of these. Hmm. Where does this 9 escape? Could escape there. But then it has to escape over here somewhere. It couldn't escape to this one. I have to escape to that one. But yeah, that works. And that's the cocktail that I need to know. At most 1 block. I can't believe I didn't comprehend that before. Six, 16 minus 4 is 12. So there are 3 degrees of freedom in this region for the 9 clue. What if I can do Nirikabe? Shaded cells from the orthogonally connected area. Hmm. The Nirikabe combined with the Chacona. This. Could it be shaded? If it was, this would be unshaded. I'd have to get out like that. It couldn't go there. So I have to do that. And get out over there. Then 4 of these would have to be shaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it's possible. It's even probable, in fact. If instead this one here, hmm. Oh yeah, Isaiah, are you still there? Hmm. Hmm. Exactly one block. 2 cells in the region cannot be adjacent across region borders. And 2 regions sharing a border must have blocks of different sizes. This is a 9. And all of them have to be orthogonally connected. Hmm. If this was shaded, we have 5 more. All of which are possible. Norikabe, Norikabe. Even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they live, I do not know. Maybe the Bible told them though. Here's something more I can do cocktail. Because this can't just go here. If it did go over here, if it didn't go over here somewhere, then in order to connect to the rest of the grid, it'd have to go here. And then nothing else could be orthogonally connected to that. So in this one, it has to be connected over here. But then this couldn't have any block in it. So this has to go either there or there. And connect to either there or there. If it went here, it could also connect there. If this was shaded, connecting it to there, it couldn't have any other connections over here. So it'd have to be connected through this. What if this went here? It would have to be connected over here. And then it would have to connect through that. That'd be forced. Then this path would connect over here. That's all very possible. So the real question is, why doesn't it not take this cell? Because if it takes the cell, then this couldn't be connected over here. It'd have to connect over here. So if it went here, then instead, pressing that connection. Why is that not possible? Probably. Jingle bells, hear those bells. It's Christmas time in the city. Ring a ling, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. He sings in July for some reason. Why is that not possible? Also, this doesn't even have to go to there. It could just stay there. This has to do something with one of these three or four. Okay, I'm gonna try to complete one more grid and then I'll be done for today. Either that or when 6 hours passes in 20 minutes. Oh, wait a minute. Norikabe. Shaded cells cannot form a 2x2 square. So, if this is shaded, and those are unshaded, basically what it's saying is all rectangles in this box can only be one wide. So this cannot be shaded. If it was, it'd have to skip like that to get to everything else. And you have 4 more cells over here, which could do that and that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. That's possible. That's very forcing. If instead this is shaded, of course all these be unshaded. There's 5 more shaded cells. Which would have to be these 3. And other 2. if these are all unshaded, then you would have these two as shaded. Which is not possible. So, either this is shaded and it goes all the way down there, or these are shaded, forcing that. Either way, this is always shaded, making those unshaded, making that shaded. These are all unshaded now. Not necessarily it could do that. One of these is definitely shaded. Because if not, then these two are reconnected. Either we have 4, 2, 2, we have 3, 3, and you can have like a 1, 1, which is those two. If it was just these two, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not possible. Could get an 8th one over here. If instead we had like 1, 1, you could have 1, 2. Oh, that's not possible. This one couldn't be shaded, because otherwise, in order to disconnect this from that, we'd have to do that to form that wall there. Or that. Still hits. But yeah, no matter what you did, you'd have to form one of those two. This just couldn't get out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be the shaded cell. In order for this to get out, it'd have to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that one would have to be the shaded cell. Otherwise, that's the case. So either you have that forcing that, or you have that forcing that. Which forces that still. So that's 8 right there. So either way, these are always the case, and this has to do that. It has to get out now. It has to do that. These two have to be shaded, because otherwise they couldn't get out. If this just went, if this went there, just went here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's still possible. If this went here, then this can't just go here to get out. If it went here without going there, then we'd have to go here. Also, let's just actually just say that there are 5 green cells connected to this 7 in this cage. There are at min 2 cells for this green. 5 plus 2 is 7. 16 minus 7 is 9, which is the shaded cells. So everything that's not, the green has to get out with 1. So it has to do that. Those 2 are shaded now. This takes a max up to those. So those are all shaded. This has to be unshaded, it has to be unshaded. That finishes the 7. These are both unshaded. So are those. If this were, maybe not. This is unshaded. This either goes here, in which case it does that. Which is impossible. Or not. Or does this, in which case does that. Everything else is done. That goes there. So can this ever go there? If that goes there, that's forced. Then it has to connect to that somehow. So that's forced. And now it can't connect to this over here anywhere. So it's not possible. It has to go there. That's unshaded. Now this has to connect to over here, which means this cannot go here. If it did, it would connect like that, which then connects to over here like that. And that breaks that cell over there, that region over there. So that's unshaded. So this either connects there or there. This is impossible to be shaded. Otherwise, it would connect like that. Unless connected over here, which is possible. This has to connect over here, which has to connect over there. So that has to go there. It has to go there, there, there. Shoot. How does this connect? We are so close to completing this grid. Ba-da-ba-da-da-do-do. There must be something wrong with this. This one can't connect here. It has to connect here. So it has to do something like this. It has to go there. It has to go there. That is done like that. That has to go there. Then it breaks. Because of this. Alright, I'm gonna pause this for now. I'm gonna continue tomorrow. Thanks everyone for coming. It was a fun stream. A little bit disappointed I didn't get to finish this, but I'll finish tomorrow. It's pretty long. Anyway, good night everyone. Thanks for coming.